All right. Hello, hello. Ignore the monster can falling over in the background. Thank you for the hydrate, Vort. I will get on that. All right. So, hello. Hope y'all's week has been alright. Mine has been hectic and stressful and so many things. But well, it's always a silver lining. I've got my tea. I've had breakfast. We're doing good on that front. There's a couple, well, at least one update that I think is worth sharing, and that's that I'm gonna try out running ads. My philosophy in the past has always been I would rather run pre-roll ads once and then have like an 8-hour stream with no ads. The downside to that being that pre-roll ads play for the vast majority of people raiding into the channel, which is not great. And also, like, I hate to say it, but ads do make revenue, and I'm honestly more curious than anything to see how much I miss out on by not having ads. It also helps that I get a forced break every hour, which if I'm trying to stay on the 8-hour schedule, and I may or may not keep to that, it may help me just get up, get water more often, take more breaks. So I'm gonna try it out. It's probably not gonna make the biggest difference on this stream today because I don't plan to be streaming for 8 hours. But that's just, I'm gonna try it out. We're gonna see how it goes. If there is insane backlash, obviously I will go back to just pre-roll and then no ads for the majority of people. Other updates. I've got more updates. I don't know if I'm gonna go into the updates now. Okay, I could have injured myself more, but I did go climbing, and I really tore into my hamstring. There's a kind of move in climbing called a heel hook, and I tried to like dig through granite with my heel, and now for like the last 3 days I've been in pain. But the muscle's still attached to where it's supposed to be attached, which is always a good sign. Also, here's the other thing. If I start running ads on the channel, then all of the generosity that goes into gifting people subscriptions actually has a tangible benefit. Because I realize, like, the vast majority of you guys have gotten subscriptions either from, like, Overlord Locky or Rebecca or some of the other generous people who have gifted subs out. And there's just an incentive now. There's an incentive because, yeah, you guys who stay subbed don't get ads. I would never be so evil as to enable ads for subscribers. That could not be me. Welcome in Pompeii. How have you been? Hope you've been good. Just talking. I'm vaguely injured, and against what would be a doctor's judgment, I'm actually going climbing again later tonight with some family who is still in town. Man, I love family, but it's very stressful to have a big family and to have everybody in one place at one time, especially when those family members have children as well, which children are fine. Children are cool. Children are not, I don't hate children, but There were 4 children running around one house because there's all of my siblings and their kids. It was a lot. I've been an overwhelmed moth for the entirety of the week, if I can be honest. I'm ready for it to be chill and go away. Other updates. I'm working on this, but I'm going to. Did they ask if you got games on your phone? No, but we have a billiards table, so I was recruited to play billiards like 6 or 7 times. Or pool, if you would rather call it pool. I don't know why I called it billiards. I don't ever call it billiards when I speak in real life. It's always just pool. I do have a pool table. It makes it very easy to kill time when you have the thing where friends come over and you're like, well, what are we gonna do? And luckily where I live, there's a pool table and there is a hot tub. So it's, do you want to get in the hot pool or do you want to hit balls with sticks around the pool table? But yeah, I'm very, very lucky where I live. I want to give more updates, but I think I'm gonna like gel my thoughts before I give more serious style updates. I don't know if I'm gonna do it today, but there are updates to be had. Mostly I just want to get back to, I've missed streaming. I enjoy streaming quite a bit. Even the parts that I don't enjoy, I do enjoy. It's very hard to find something like that. Part of the incentive towards trying the ads and whatnot is trying to take this more seriously. If I have the strength of will to do it, I want to start. Not that I haven't been taking this seriously, but like, here's the deal. Back in June, I started like, oh, I'll stream for 8 hours a day. And to me, that was taking this seriously. But now I'm realizing that I'm kind of just doing, so you know when you play, you know, all my life is a metaphor for fighting games these days. But you know when you like just say, I'm gonna play 1,000,000 games, and then that's how I'm gonna get good at the game, and then you reach your plateau, or it's like you can't brute force it anymore. It's like, I feel like as a content creator, I've kind of plateaued by brute forcing my way into streaming for a long time on a lot of days. So I need to do the like content creator equivalent of a VOD review, which could literally just be a VOD review of my stream. But anyways, I need to change something. I need to change something to make this more of a serious endeavor. That big update. So there's, you guys know Zmushi and DankXNan, and there's plenty of other talented streamers that I am sorry I cannot recall from memory, but they have applied for and gotten into the Team Arc content creators thing. So it's like Arc System Works has their content creators clubs. Yesterday I applied for that. I don't know when I can expect to hear back, but that's one step I'm taking to try and be a little more of a serious player in all of this. Not really sure what's required or what that entails, but I did apply for that. This is not really content created related, but I'm not gonna bring it up. I've made a list of things that I want to do but have been avoiding, and the list has gotten up to like 30 items long, so I may stop adding to the list and start trying to knock stuff off the list. I'm not super passionate about it, but I've got a vague interest in like voice acting and stuff. So one thing I want to do, and I'm counting it as part of taking this more seriously, there's a website called like Casting Call Club. And it's mostly people trying to get unpaid voice actors for their Minecraft fan videos and whatnot. Stuff that many people might consider cringe, but cringe is in the eye of the beholder, obviously. All this to say, I'm gonna try and start sending like voice acting auditions to just random projects. And I think I'm just gonna submit an audition for the most recent 5 things, like every day on that website, and see if anything sticks. With the explicit idea that I don't have to accept any role if I send like a voice audition. They're like, oh, we really like it. Now I'll just use that as like an ego boost. But I do want to start doing that. So you may get voice actor moth, who knows. That'll be one of the changes. I have been doing one of the other changes, which I know a lot of streamers do a just chatting opener to their streams just to like get everyone settled in. I've been doing that. I've pulled the wool over your eyes. It's been 15 minutes and there hasn't been a video game on screen. I've just been speaking to you, speaking at you, speaking with you. I'm so sneaky. But I am insecure about how little I talk in the middle of games. So I'm trying to do this exercise where I'm just gonna talk for a bit. Now, some people do like an entire hour of just chatting. I don't know if I have the attention span or the ability to speak for an entire hour before I have a game on screen to talk about. I guess it just depends on like current events and what I want to talk about. So I'm gonna shoot for the half-hour mark. And with how ads work, I'm gonna try and shoot, so I've got it set to where I start stream. Half an hour into stream, it'll do the first set of ads. So I'm gonna plan on talking for half an hour, and then we'll do an ad break, and then after the ad break's over, I go and then start Risk of Rain 2. And then we go on, and everyone's happy, everyone loves everything, everyone gets $1 million, everyone's great. That is the strategy. Very new strategy. I am not... How do I say this? My yap muscles have atrophied because I really don't like speaking. I will speak towards Vort because it's very easy to speak towards Vort and other prepositions. I speak through Vort. That sounds like I'm kind of possessing Vort and having him make prophecies in my name, but could do that too. Talking a lot during games is just something that takes time and effort. To be fair, you suck at talking. I want to practice the whole stream of consciousness thing. It doesn't come naturally to me, so I also don't want... Here's the catch-22. I want to talk more during games because I feel like it is... Well, one... It's kind of like why I'm here on the screen. Like, you could just watch me mute beating people up in Guilty Gear, and you may get entertainment value out of that, but the big thing for like being a live stream with a moth character on the screen is that you can hear me talk through my thought process as things are happening. However, if it doesn't come naturally and it feels forced, there's like, okay, well, that's kind of awkward. but it can't sound natural if you never do it. So you have to start, and it's gonna sound slightly unnatural. And at the end of the day, I'm like 200% more conscious of how quote-unquote awkward I am than anyone in the audience is gonna be. So at the end of the day, it's just like, you gotta do it. I also don't like stumbling over words, which is not good to not like, because I've never gone to like, well, okay, that's a lie. I was gonna say I've never gone to speech therapy for stuff. In elementary school, I did go to speech therapy. There were certain words and stuff that I struggled with, but I've got a little bit of a speech impediment sometimes. It's usually only noticeable if I speak for a long period of time, which may contribute to why I don't like speaking for long periods of time. But it really doesn't matter at all if I stumble over my words once or twice. I think if you allow some criticism that your not so frequent commentary plus not very high impact reactions might not be as appealing to common viewers as it could be. I'm a very low affect individual. I don't pop off, as the kids say. I feel like, for example, love Dank. Dank has very fun reactions to stuff happening on screen. I don't have that level of energy, and part of me is like, well, I don't know if it would be inauthentic to try and fake that kind of energy. That said, I think there is an appeal to like deadpan humor and deadpan delivery of stuff. But I don't want to be too deadpan, because yeah, if I'm going to be as uncharitable to myself as possible, I think I'm, of the fighting game of the fighting game creators, I'm probably on the boring side. Yeah. Now, I could probably make up for being a more boring content creator if I were better at the games, but that requires me to do targeted practice for the games, which, as aforementioned, is harder than just shoving myself against a brick wall and being like, if I play 2,000 games, I will be better. There's a lot of improvement to be done, and I can do with emoting more. That one is like literally like a part of my brain pathology. Is I am a mellow person to the basically this is moth lore. It pretty much physically pains me to raise my voice. Like it's probably like a psychosomatic thing, but like raising my voice, it seems like it hurts. Like that's just part of how my brain works. Now, you don't really have to raise your voice to like entertain, but that is sometimes the case. Maybe that's something I can work on, but basically, I've not really exercised my entertainment muscles. There are ways to entertain without raising your voice. There are ways to do so on and so forth. Basically, I haven't been exercising those muscles because at the end of the day, I've just been trying to throw myself at streaming for 8 hours, hoping that because I stream for a long time, people are gonna show up. And to be fair, that has kind of worked, but the plateau, as I've mentioned, has kind of been hit. Like, you can only get so far by streaming for a very long time. At some point, you've got to do some targeted practice. And I've not done targeted practice from an entertainer side of things. Also, since I don't talk a lot, one of my like, this is not tooting my own horn, if I have to give myself credit where credit is due, I think I'm generally well-spoken and well-articulated in some of my thoughts. However, that doesn't come across if I don't speak at all. So even just practicing speaking more, hopefully people are like, oh wow, Moth is good at words sometimes. Also, welcome in, Lai. I think I forgot to say hello. Appreciate that you like the laid-back attitude. It is... I don't think it's a bad thing. I would like to work on skills as an entertainer, also work on skills as a video editor. One thing I really have been putting off here, okay, everything is so this just chatting section is me saying everything is hard and it's hard to do everything. Need to take a page out of your book, especially when it comes to fighting games. You get far too loud and animated. Blame the New York. There's definitely a nurture aspect to it. I was usually praised for not causing trouble, either in school or in like households. So I've been like Pavlov response driven to like being a very chill person. There's benefit to being calm and collected. And some, you know, for example, some people like watching streams to go to bed. Maybe popping off is not the best for those people. But yeah, I do genuinely want to work on being a more entertaining streamer, and at the very least, like, for what I can offer, at least offering that more often. Honestly, these days, I was planning on bringing it up, but like these days, honestly, I don't even watch live streams all that much, unless it's to fall asleep. Like, the vast majority of my Twitch view time is on streams that start or are going during my bedtime, because I'll just stick it on, watch it to go to bed, and then I'll wake up with a phone on like 1% battery because I forgot to turn the phone off before I actually fell asleep. Or I fell asleep before I had planned to. But yeah, honestly, most of the content I consume is actually in video format, which is a format that I don't do. Because it's hard to do, but I would like to like cut down streams into... I want to use the YouTube channel more. But the last thing I posted to YouTube was Onoita All Boss Run 7 months ago. And let me just see this. I had 78 followers. The last time I uploaded something to YouTube, I had 78 followers on Twitch. I have 315 now. I have grown Twitch significantly faster than I have grown YouTube. And I do use Restream to stream both to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, but I've brought this up in the past, and that's not really getting me very far. I would honestly, if I were less... So here's the deal. I'm a very lazy person. And when you're a lazy person, I feel like the best thing you can do is like not wait for things to be the way you want. You just gotta do stuff immediately before your body comes up with a justification for not doing it. So I hit go live, but I do want to stop using Restream and start going to... if I stream just to Twitch, I can have music in the background that doesn't save to the VOD. The way Restream's set up, I can't have an audio channel specifically not send music to the YouTube VOD or whatnot because it's streaming to YouTube. So on and so forth. If I stream just to Twitch, I can run my own music in the background and not worry about copyright strikes or anything, which would make me feel a little more comfortable. Like, it would put me in a mood to be more comfortable to speak longer. That's the hypothesis, at least. Start streaming to YouTube Shorts. Hear me out. What do you mean streaming to YouTube Shorts? I do want to do Shorts. One idea, because I don't like talking about myself, in the like little half-hour just chatting section of streams, I want to do like icebreaker questions. I'm not gonna do it today, I don't think, but in the future, just do like 1 or 2 icebreaker questions and then chop the icebreaker questions into shorts and then share the shorts on Blue Sky. My idea there being like, okay, well that's gonna be like, okay, learn more about me and then post short form content, and then you can dual stream to YouTube Shorts in vertical format. You can catch people like flies that way. Entrenching. I may look into that. But let's circle back around. Also, we're gonna have an ad break in 30 seconds, so my apologies there. But you can cast as wide a net as possible, but if your net's not holding any fish, it's not really gonna do much. To say, like, I can get as many impressions as possible, but if I'm not, like, genuinely entertaining enough for people to stick around, then that's gonna be the bottleneck. It's like learning a bunch of combos without ever learning to block. It's like you need to deal with that. Anyways, let's head to an ad. Apologies. A lot of you guys are subbed, so maybe you still hear me. I've never used this ad interface. I don't actually... Okay, ad in progress. Alright, well, you privileged few. How are you guys doing while the ads are playing for the unenlightened masses? Currently at work, alright. Slow ass day. That's okay. It's selfish of me, but if I could do streaming as like an actual job, I would be very content. A big driving factor towards trying to like actually sit down and start learning how to be entertaining is that I don't really want to go get an actual, not to poo-poo streamers. I don't want to get an, I was gonna say I don't want to get an actual job. Streaming's an actual job, but it's not a very rigorous job. But I really don't thrive in... Anyways, is the whole pipe dream thing, like, oh, make it big as a streamer. It's like, nah. I think the laid-back attitude is perfectly fine. I think for streaming becomes a what does the audience for the type of content you want to make typically want to see. Like if you stream chess or ASMR, it would be perfect. I do want to stream more chess. Maybe I stream my... Ban is running a chess tournament on Saturday. And I don't usually stream on Saturdays. I could stream chess on Saturday when I'm running the ban thing. I also, so here's, like, genuinely, I think there's a problem in the fighting game space of, like, most people are bad teachers even if they're good at the game. My college degree is in pedagogy, if I could come around to making like educational videos for like fighting game things, that would be a case where like I'm not held back necessarily by having low impact, low emotion reactions, and also I am like actually qualified to try and do stuff like that. All right, welcome back to the non-ad viewers, or the ad viewers. Welcome back. All right, I've hit my half-hour mark. 8-hour chess stream win. Chess. Okay, here's another. I just need to practice speaking. When I speak and try to do actions at the same time, I generally do worse at the actions and worse at the speaking for having tried to do them both at the same time. All right. Well, I've hit my half-hour mark, which is kind of what that was my goal for the just chatting section. So let me see if I can't change stream category. Yeah, people who watch chess do not like VTubers. I've experienced, and so this isn't to be like, oh, I have a thin skin and, you know, I got bullied or whatnot. I've experienced like people on the chess category are like weirdly combative for no reason. Like someone, okay, this one I didn't really understand. The last time I streamed chess, which was a hot minute ago, like probably before I started streaming seriously, someone came into my stream and started like trying to bully me for having like the autism tag. It's like, brother, you are in the chess category. Like, really? Like, I even if most streamers don't have the tag, they're streaming chess. Okay, like a solid 35% of those guys are on the spectrum. Especially if they're good. Like maybe some of the people who are like not so good at the game. But like if you're, this is a stereotype, but if you're good at chess, you're probably on the spectrum. Actually, you know, my strategy, so here, let's get Risk of Rain. My strategy is gonna be play Huntress, or I can play Engineer. I can play Engineer and just not have to play the game, so that way I can talk more. That's why Tyler 1 got 1700 so fast. I feel, well, for as much as like I don't want to give props to Tyler 1 because I don't like people who are loud and good at League of Legends, I mean, Tyler 1 like ground the hell out of chess. I'm also genuinely curious for like Ban hosting the chess tournament, if it's like, oh, does everyone who play fighting games, is everyone who plays fighting games cracked at chess, or am I gonna go there and finally be like the Jack or the Red I Am Not of a tournament? It'd be pretty cool, but the chess tournament on Saturday is in 3-2 format, meaning you have 3 minutes on the clock and every move you make gives you 2 extra seconds. That's a very short time control. Let's start accurate. I assume I'm gonna lose this run, but that's a very short time control, and my strength in chess is like thinking through things. My plan is going to be make a lot of moves that don't immediately lose so that I can build up time and then win on time. Grind a bit more to be the Jack, yeah. Well, I was thinking not Jack in terms of absolute skill, I was thinking Jack in terms of relative skill of the bracket, hoping that everyone who joins the tournament is going to be like rated 300 in the 3-minute format and maybe like peak at 900 on like rapid. Wishful thinking, but all I can say is I'll do my best. I've named myself after the fucking goddess of chess. It will be embarrassing if someone beats me in the tournament. Referring to the chess viewers are weirdly combative. A lot of grandmasters are oddly combative sometimes, so the viewers might pick it up from them. Yeah, it comes with the territory of having done nothing but play with a toy for your entire life and then start getting paid for it. There's... I don't know. This sounds very boomer of me. I was like, it could do some chess players good to get a real job for a second. I say after complaining about getting a real job earlier. But like, if most grandmasters have been playing chess since they were like 4 years old, like they have known nothing but chess. It is their identity. If you attack chess, you attack their person, and they take it very personally. Fighting game players are similar. Some fighting game players that are very good are not... Being humble is not their strong suit. Even though we're just playing with a fun toy. It's just a toy. It's only game. Why you have to be mad? Or this was 110% rage bait. Like, there's no shot this was an actual real person, but I remember there was someone on the Guilty Gear Reddit who was mad at someone in park for... So this person complaining was a Celestial Slayer and was mad at someone in the park who was like floor 7 for one and dunning. And they were mad that the person accepted the match in the first place because they should have known that they were never going to win, because the only people that can take games off of him are pro players. And it was the most rage baitiest thing ever, but it's like, is it bait, or do people like that exist? I think if it was a character other than Slayer, I would have been more likely to think it was real. But this was like a Slayer, allegedly a Slayer saying that on the Guilty Gear Reddit during like peak Slayer. Bait used to be believable. There's just... I've lived enough life, I've met enough different people that I'm skeptical of everything, and also I'm willing to believe almost anything is possible. Do people like that exist? Yeah. Are they very common? No. Ooh, bleed. You know at least one Slayer that's unironically like that. Every Slayer should play Milia for like a week. Just to figure out what the working man feels like. Oh, gasoline. Don't mind if I do. Okay. I dislike the volume of lisps. The volume of wisps in this area is concerning. Stop spawning wisps, game director. I cannot deal with them. I have one ranged move. Jesus. Also, they made void fields less fun recently. I don't actually know if I'm gonna go to void fields as Acrid. You played other roguelikes. I play many roguelikes. Well, many roguelikes. I play one roguelike deck builder. Now the count is up to like 11 people who have told me that I need to play Balatro, but the deck builder I usually play is Slay the Spire. I play Noita. Noita's actually, at some point, I can't say it anymore because I've put almost more hours into Guilty Gear now. Noita was my favorite game. But I don't play Noita very often these days, so when I do play, I tend to lose runs, which it used to be like I had a 0% chance of losing a run in Noita, unless it was to my own hubris. Not the case anymore. Now I just lose to skill issues. Bonk. No, I counted you in the 11, Wart. Don't worry, I had already decided that, not decided, I had already hit the clicker. But yeah, I had a friend come in from out of, so in addition to my massive family, I also had like a friend fly in from, well, it's a friend of mine, but the important part is a friend of my sister, because basically every family member is here because we're celebrating my sister getting into grad school. Not only did she get into grad school, but she got into grad school on a fellowship, which is very nice. It means she doesn't even have to like be a TA for the first year there. She just gets to do science, which is hella cool. Oh, I'm dying. I'm gonna live forever. I'm not dying. Where was I? I had a friend fly in from California. I forget the salience of the rest of that sentence. Salient is probably the wrong word to use there. Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay. Ooh, leeching seed, my favorite. It's not really my favorite. I have shurikens. And it at least makes killing one wisp more possible. I think it's hard for me to get into... This is back on the topic of roguelikes. It's hard for me to get into the Binding of Isaac now, but I think if I got into the Binding of Isaac way back in the day, I could be an Isaac gamer. But there's something about it that I don't know how to describe. It doesn't hook me. It's cool that it's all very like religious trauma themed. With all sorts of references. I think that part's sick. But just as a roguelike, I don't know. Hard for me to get into it. Alright, what have we got in the bazaar? I hear thunder rumbling. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Don't take gasoline. Thank you. You did take both of my move speed items. That was slightly rude of you. I really don't like how slow accurate is. Game that goes from this is pure luck, what the fuck, to a skill issued so badly there over the course of 500 hours. That's why I like Noita. Noita is a game where you think it's so incredibly unfair for probably the first 900 hours of the game. And then, well, it's probably a gradual process. But you're like, oh, something just clicked, and I realize every death is my fault. Even the deaths that are silly. Hello, Lucky. Hope you're doing well. How are you doing on this fine Thursday? All right, goodbye, Overlord. We once again discriminate. Isaac may be an acquired taste to anyone that didn't get into it as a teen. I don't know. That's what it feels like. Well, I mean, ripped jeans is really just a fashion statement now, isn't it? People pre-rip jeans. Oh my god, please don't. Blind pests, bad character design. Any character design that gets me killed in roguelike games is bad character design. Small tear at the bottom. I think I've done my due diligence. Usually I have to go like sort through. I've actually got a big pile of jeans with holes in them that I don't know what you can do with denim, but if I ever have a project that needs denim, I am set. Stop spawning blind pests, you game director. I'm not fast enough for this shit. Okay, I'm playing a character that doesn't move slow. I'm playing Huntress. Enjoy playing roguelikes that make you feel like you could rival God if you play well enough. Isaac was your first taste of that. Once again, may I point you towards Noita, where literally one of the things you can do if you go late enough into a run is get a message on the screen that says the gods are afraid. Look, any tear in jeans can be a fashion statement if you wear it with enough confidence. Need some moolah. Okay, hello, give me money. Give me money. Give me money. Okay, close range Huntress. I like it. Crashing the game is considered the sign that the run may be too OP. So there really is just like a laundry list of things that make roguelikes good. Crashing the game is the sign that you're doing something right. Killing God. Dying frustrating deaths, and then the enlightenment moment when you realized every death was your fault. All along, you were to blame. Your life was in your own hands the entire time and you let it slip through like grains of sand? You guys ever see a cat on a leash? I seen a cat on a leash. My sister's, so while everyone was in the house making everything loud, she was just like, oh, I want an excuse to go outside. So she put the harness on the cat, and then we just walked the cat outside for like 10 minutes to avoid people. Was very good. And also cats, well, at least this cat in particular, gets very off center if you put a harness on him. So he like tried to stand up on like 2 legs and then just fell backwards. It was very fun. Beat Gungeon, but you can't go back to it because it's really hard to break the game, even though you got pretty good at it. I kind of wanted a healing item, but Ocean, it's technically a healing item, you know, Monkey's Paw and all that. I don't like it because it's a one-time use. It's more challenging to keep a cat on a leash than a dog on a leash, because dogs can move in 2 directions, cats can move in 3 directions. It's they're just a whole, there's another dimension of complexity to how cats explore the world. Also very hard to make a harness that cats can't wiggle out of. Hopefully your cat's well behaved if it's on a leash. My sister's cat is not necessarily well behaved, but he is very stupid. So we can't really figure out that he needs to back up to get out of the leash, and he would rather just like sit and sniff aspen trees, honestly. It's like, if he goes outside, he's an indoor cat. If he goes outside, his favorite thing is just find like a tree and sniff it. Belatro's great, but you don't think it's your next Isaac, to be fair. Ooh! Alright, Gobo. I'm gonna go the distance. 2 or 3 set ways to make a broken run. It's all primarily pure RNG to do it. Yeah, it's hard to do roguelikes without any RNG, but you don't want the not even the sweet spot. You don't want RNG to determine whether or not a run is quote-unquote winnable. RNG should ideally just determine the strategy that you have to adopt in order to win the run. Cat just likes to eat grass, which she then will immediately throw up. They have specifically cat grass. I don't know if it's like easier on their stomach, or I know a lot of animals just eat grass when they're feeling unwell. But yeah, they've got cat grass specifically. RNG makes roguelikes have variety. The skill should make the RNG less likely to kill your run. Yeah. I pretty much agree with that. 100. 2 catalysts. Alright, we really are melee huntress. Stealth launch. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, get your tiger. Okay, well, we got money. I saw green, so I clicked. Alright, time to do Halcyon Shrine. Yeah. Parts, so this is what I need practice with. This is kind of a lull in the game, whereas like nothing's really happening. I don't know what to yap about. The goal is just to yap constantly. Stretch the yap muscles as you will. Okay, Gobo, get over here. Gobo, Goobu, Gabagoo. Favorite citrus fruit? I'm curious. And here's the deal. I don't think anyone has grapefruit as their favorite citrus fruit. I think people are just trying to be edgy if they say that they prefer grapefruit to anything else. If you're gonna be like, oh, you like sour things, you would choose lemons, which taste good. Not grapefruit, which tastes bad unless you put stuff on it. Like, so many people do, yeah, like they do grapefruit for breakfast, but like here's the, nobody has just grapefruit for breakfast. It's they have grapefruit and they have either put like salt or sugar on it so that it is, okay, use out of the potion. Go, Gobo. Your job, primarily tank hits. But like nobody likes straight up grapefruit. It's kind of insane. Only maybe if you had like a traumatic brain injury that changed how you interpret the taste sensation of bitterness, then I can believe that you might like grapefruits. Or like if you're constantly snacking on those one berries that make you taste sour things as sweet. But outside of special circumstances, grapefruit is not a great. Also, my grapefruit hate stems from the fact that I have a tea flavor that's like honey grapefruit, and it's just like bitter. It does not taste good. Die a slightly embarrassing death. You've never had grapefruit. Okay. So your life experience is not as broad as others. But I will say you're not missing too much. Grapefruit is just it's bitter. Okay, I could just have been exposed to bad grapefruit my entire life. It's not like I'll never eat grapefruit. I'll eat grapefruit if it's available. I don't have a disgust reaction to grapefruit. Whatever, we play multi. With rockets and needles. What we should all be eating is a cheese pizza with ketchup spread. I don't agree. I believe in freedom of choice. So you eat as much ketchup on pizza as you want. I'll stick with ranch. Used to be given grapefruit and school lunch, like just give you an orange, please. Exactly. Or like orange. Okay, this is. I have no right to be mad at this. It's been damn near a decade since I've had a quote-unquote school lunch. But like, why do they give you oranges that are? I know why. It's because it's way easier to prepare. It's like they give you oranges cut in half. And it's some of the most annoying stuff to eat, especially with like a plastic spork that you get. Is like, if you just peel the orange entirely, it comes pre-divided into slices that you can like pick apart and eat. But if you cut the orange in half, it's like, well, now I'm getting my hands sticky no matter what. It was very annoying. And I guess not all places tech would necessarily serve oranges like that. I hate the places that serve oranges like that. You should never eat a calzone without blue cheese. If you do, I hate you. Blue cheese is such a unique ingredient for a pizza. I don't understand how you can have a strong opinion on that. I'm sure it's fine, but it's like, you don't even, that doesn't even register as part of a calzone. It's, what is an equivalent analogy to this? You can't, like, I can't even think of an equivalent analogy to this. You can't eat breadsticks without beer cheese sauce. It's like, I'm sure that's delicious, but very few breadsticks come with the opportunity for beer cheese sauce. It's like a default. No. I disagree. My lived experience trumps your lived experience. I'm sorry. It's just the way things are. How does the rocket look? I really don't use... Okay, well, I just don't play multi. Not because multi's bad, I just don't like him and he's not good. But yeah, I only ever really used nailgun and rebar. I'm pretty sure the last time I played multi many times, like before I started doing Eclipse runs, multi only had rebar and nailgun. Alright, this is good enough for killing wisps. That's all I care about. But yeah, there's no place that serves a calzone that would give you the option for like blue cheese, either as the actual cheese or as the dressing. Well, I guess, no, if you went to like Pizza Hut. No, Pizza Hut doesn't do calzones where I live, I don't think. So like Pizza Hut would give you blue cheese because they've got wings and they've got salads. Yeah, I just don't think it's common. You went to a restaurant last week, ordered a calzone, got a full thing of blue cheese. Also, blue cheese is fucking amazing. Blue cheese is controversial. I like it. It's got a... There's a certain je ne sais quoi to blue cheese that doesn't meld with everyone's palate. Why am I burning? Why am I burning? Hold on. Yeah, I can't. Okay, here's the deal. I need to exercise my yap muscles. It's very hard to yap when I'm dying. I'm trying to lock in. I would assume, Lockie, that it is a northeast thing. Calzones are also just generally probably more popular where you're at. Like over here, like everyone would eat pizza. Calzones are not super common. The white one with mold, that's the one. Yeah, it's not for everyone. I can understand blue cheese haters. Are they totally justified? Yeah, taste is relative. You can't tell someone who doesn't like blue cheese that they're wrong. Oh my god, please die. Multi, you slow bitch. I will survive. Da 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 da. If I kill you guys, you drop healing orbs. I know how Monster Tooth works. Alright, we're good. We can resume unlocked in gameplay. Now everything is easy and there's no chance of us dying for the rest of the level. Calzones are a normal occurrence here, but there's one place that sells them. They're quite popular. Ooh, okay, big fan, big fan. I'd say of the unhealthy foods where I live, yo. Sure. Of the unhealthy foods where I live, burgers definitely beat out pizza. The unhealthy food, junk food. And we get a scrapper. Alright. You may scrap this guy. I'm hesitant to scrap Monster Tooth because it pretty much carried me. And I'm loyal. Oh, calzones are not a normal occurrence. Okay. Noted. Whoa, okay, never mind. I was gonna be like, why is there 3 of them? And then I realized I hit Shrine of the Mountain. That's on me. Okay, wisps, would you kindly perish? I'm dead. Not dead. Not dead. Is this enough to protect me? No. Okay. Didn't really matter. Warped Echo. Warped Echo, my beloved. And we get crit chance with attack speed. Hell yeah. Where's my other one? I hit Shrine of the Mountain. I need multiple. There you are. You're hiding from me. Welcome in, Madeline. Madeline, how you doing? Get out of here, wisps. If I get... well, I'm pretty happy with my items, actually. I don't have many complaints. Do, 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 do. Probably missed items. Don't care. Dogs, do you guys know if it's good or bad? So as mentioned in my 30-minute just chatting section, I've pulled a hamstring. Is it okay to stretch a pulled hamstring, or do I gotta wait? Because it pains me, but I'm like, now I'm not doing stretches, but that's kind of why I injured it in the first place. Someone get Brackets in here? That's right, Brackets is the resident doctor of the group. We'll wait for Brackets before making a judgment call. Go to move speed. Lepton Daisy would rather have Lipton tea. Alright, ladies. Lipton's like the cheapest tea there is. It's not that good. But it sounds close enough to Lepton to make banter about it, I suppose. There's sometimes chests over here. There is a chest over here. I have no money. Okay, someone come here and give me money. Thank you. Much obliged. Just thug it out and deal with the agony while doing your daily activities. Well, so the problem here is that my daily activities may involve doing exercises that will further the injury, and you just... My famed disappearing act. The beetle vanished, never to be seen again. I think he just clipped through the floor. Never pulled one, usually just pull rolled and sprained ankles constantly. Very bad RNG. This, it's like not even karmic justice because I didn't do anything wrong. The only reason I feel I pulled my hamstring is because it was like the one day where I go climbing and it's like, I'm gonna be lazy and I'm not gonna do my stretches. So then I don't do my stretches, proceed to get on the wall, and like 3 climbs in, I pull a hamstring. And being stubborn that I am, I continued to climb for another hour and a half after the aforementioned hamstring pull. And it didn't bother me so much when I was in the middle of exercise, but it does bother me now that I'm sitting still and I'm given time for my body to catch up and realize, oh wait, you dick, you hurt me. And yeah, as I also have mentioned, I'm just gonna fuck it. I'm gonna go climbing again tonight. Probably gonna avoid the specific move that injured my leg in the first place, but I'm still gonna climb. My arms are fine, my lats, my biceps are fine. I just won't use feet, forehead. Okay, I tend to do very well on the runs that just give me red items for no reasons. Let's go. Watch Mocha Mocha. Just replace your legs with arms. That's kind of what the move I was doing tries to do. I was heel hooking, which is where you just... Well, it's... If you have an imagination, you can tell what the move kind of is. You take your heel and you hook it around a corner and you try and use your heel as like a third hand. And I successfully did it. But I went too ham on it. I went so ham that my hamstring was like, you're ham enough on your own, and left. Sprained an ankle really bad one day while playing disc golf. Went like 90 degrees in less than a second. Had to walk for 2 hours after that, and then went home. And then went to work the day after. Pain tolerance is low. But your willpower to do what you want and need to do is stronger. That sounds like you have a high pain tolerance then. Not to like, not to contradict your own experiences, but if you're like, my pain tolerance is low, but I just tough it out. Sounds like the definition of a high pain tolerance to me. It sounds like you are tolerating pain. But yeah, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta, well, you gotta do what you gotta do, or you gotta do what you wanna do, no matter what. I did go to when I was younger, I broke my arm, and then the next day went to like a water park. We just stuck, this, before I knew the arm was like broken, we just stuck it in a brace, and I was like, can I take the brace in the water? It's like, yeah, waterproof brace. Word, and went to a water park. And then 3 days later flew home because we were visiting relatives, and then went to the doctor and they're like, yeah, shit's broke. Doesn't high pain tolerance just mean you don't feel pain as much? In my... So how I would define a tolerance to pain is that a high amount of pain can be tolerated before it affects your ability to function. Like, the level of pain tolerance is not like, oh, when it hurts bad, it's like, when does the pain stop you from functioning? Like mostly, like, pain isn't a problem until it stops functioning. Or stops you from functioning. Well, I shouldn't say that. Pain is just like the check engine light. It's not good, it's not bad. Yeah, I think I okay, I will say the one pain that I haven't been able to tolerate was when I had COVID and was coughing so much that I was like bruising my ribs. That was pain that was like borderline, like just put me in a coma until this shit is over pain. Other than that, I'm pretty tolerant of pain. There's also many different types of pains. Some people would like really struggle with blunt pain. Some people can not tolerate sharp pains at all. What's up, Kyoko? Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. Just because more people have shown up, I do want to re-update people because it's gonna be in like 9-ish minutes. I'm trying out, and if you have strong opinions, please let me know. I'm running ad breaks for the first time because my philosophy has always been, oh, just do pre-rolls since I stream for 8 hours. And then you watch pre-rolls once and don't have ads the entire rest of the time. I turned off pre-roll ads, which means I have to run an ad every hour. If you're subscribed, it doesn't matter. But I'm gonna try it out. It also forces me to take breaks more. So we're gonna try it out, but like I said, if you have strong opinions one way or the other, please make them be known. See, Locky is collecting more and more unpaid individuals. You love to see it. I think I'm good to go. Okay, let me head over. I haven't used the rocket in ages. Nail gun's just better, I suppose. Right, I've got equipment. Okay, die. Big fan of when the jellyfish just decides to target drones instead of me. Really a big fan of when anything targets drones instead of me. The secret sauce is drones are not meant to do damage. Drones are meant to absorb damage. Now I'll use the rockets. That seems like a perfect cluster of wisps to use a rocket on. Okay, so I am planning on, maybe like after this run, I am planning on going back to Strive. However, are any of you guys, and by any of you guys, I'm mostly talking about people who've been playing Grand Blue, are you guys facing the danger that is like, maybe I like Grand Blue a little more than I like Strive? That's kind of my danger. And I think part of it is that I have... Obviously, I'm not as good at Strive as I could be, but with the tower system, being in Celestial, it's hard to get, like, a progress indicator. In Grand Blue, with an actual fucking matchmaking system, I have a progress indicator, and I'm almost more motivated to play Grand Blue because it's like, well, when I win, the diamond go up. When I lose, the diamond go down. And I get to see stuff, so I was just like, well, Grand Blue gives me more feedback faster. I also like Yule. I'm kind of I'm not even... It's simping in a way. I'd like Southern Fox Girl. She is very cool. Grand Blue on top, nothing new. The thing about Grand Blue versus Strive is that in Grand Blue, the gap between your mid-tier and the top 4 characters is so much smaller than Strive's mid-tiers versus their top 7 characters. I also think Grand Blue is just a simpler... Well, is it a simpler game? Grand Blue is... No, I would definitely say Grand Blue is a simpler game. Like, everyone's got, like, a couple moves. Everyone's got 6-6L. Grand Blue doesn't have Leo. Does Grand Blue have a flash kick character? I don't know. Cagliostro. I don't see a lot of Cagliostro players in Grand Blue. I've actually mostly seen okay, this is my theory for the meta characters, and it's Sandalphone, Lucilius, Vera, and Beatrix. Like, those 4 characters, I think I fight 90% of the time. The other characters I hardly ever see. Cagliostro has a flash kick, but she needs 50 meter to do it. I would just simply not play characters with charge inputs, actually. Just seems like the wrong move. Please don't showcase my inability to aim non-hit scan weapons. It's very embarrassing. Meta is Sandals, Verzucia, Grimnir, and Bea. I don't see a whole lot of Grimnir. Not in the S level. Well, I guess I see Grimnir more often than, like, Sora is. or like any of the other casts. I've yet to see. I've fought one Henri in my entire Grand Blue career. Grimnir's the Leo. He's super good. No one plays him though. I could see it. At least Grimnir is a cute weeb. Most of the characters in Grand Blue are cute. Okay, please do not be existing in the same universe as me. There will be an ad break in about a minute. I'll probably pause Risk of Rain so that I can go use the restroom during that. Vasaraga is intimidating, but I feel like I've generally done pretty well against him as Yule. He seems very slow. Well, he doesn't seem very slow, he is very slow. Die. Alright, we're gonna go do an ad break, I suppose. I'm gonna go refill my water bottle. Let me be right back. And then... well, I won't be here, so entertain yourselves. We've still got intro fighters going. All right, I think that was pretty good timing. That should be about when the ad stopped. I had two Twitch. No, not even two. I just had one Twitch view bot send 2 messages. Dude's slacking. He's supposed to go on other channels. All right, I have hydrated. I did not ignore the hydrate vort. Worry not. All right, on to business. Right. Very real possibility of dying. This is a hard decision. I'm gonna take a go hoof. I want more speed. Not more beef. Here I can take the mocha. Also, who was it that came? Oh, Skifford, if you're here, hello Skifford. I don't wanna forget to say hi. Hope you're doing well. Down into the depths. Into the depths. Soul Shrine, gross. Printer, gross. Lockbox, not gross. Give me that. I don't know if I have introspected enough to give the answer to this. I'm curious, because everyone here is fighting game player. Have you identified what your bottleneck in fighting games is? Like, is there one area where it's like, oh, if I got better at this thing, I would measurably improve? I'm trying to figure out what that is for me. Don't want to lab? You're so real for that. Anti-airing? That one's especially important in Grand Blue. In Grand Blue, I feel like jumping in should not be rewarded with anything except a full combo. Ooh. That one's curious. Expecting your opponent to remember or respect your previous interactions. Are you saying you should expect or respect them? Or are you saying that you need to repeat what's working until they prove to you that they can respond? Curious, are you adapting too early? Is that what you're saying? Labbing mental persistence to keep playing when you're starting to get good. I'm just gonna like reiterate updates and stuff. Basically, this stream's a little different. I started with a half-hour just chatting section, and I mentioned that I really want to. I promise this is relevant eventually. I want to improve my skills as a streamer, i.e., my skills as an entertainer, because it's probably my weakest attribute. But part of the thing for improving on anything is like the whole mindset thing. I watch a lot of climbing videos. I found this very helpful for climbing and very helpful for other things, but catalyst climbing is a channel on YouTube, and they did a video specifically about mindset. And there was actually a very good system where it's a point-based system for like how you criticize yourself. And what the system is if you have like an inner critic thought, and in rock climbing it's something like, oh well, I'm not strong enough to do the climb and it's impossible. And the whole system was, okay, if you have a statement that is true and helpful, then you can give that self-critical statement 10 points. If you have a self-critical statement that is true but not helpful, you can give it 5 points. And if you have a self-critical statement that is not true and not helpful, then you give it a 1. I've been on my own trying to apply that system to fighting games, because like sometimes what I tell myself is like, oh, I can't block that and their character's unfair, which would be an untrue statement. I can block that, and an unhelpful statement because it's not like changing anything. What else am I scrapping? So I think the goal is to get self-critical statements that are like, oh, I wasn't watching when he left the ground, so I got hit by a high hitting attack. Next time I'll switch to high guard every time he jumps. And then that would be like true, because like, yeah, you didn't react to the high. And helpful, because this is like, okay, you're gonna do something to change it. The character is unfair though? Well, then that can be true, but not helpful, because is calling a character unfair true? Maybe. Is it helpful? No. You get a 5-point statement there. Was there any... There's a void cradle, okay. Chi construct, let's go. Okay, if he's got a shield, he can't be damaged. Okay, well, time to kill other things, I suppose. Okay, now time to kill you. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, we're good. Got a Zoe skin. Time to main her. I'm also curious if I wouldn't improve, well, if I wouldn't benefit from playing more than one character in the fighting games I play. I probably, up in the air whether or not that would be helpful or harmful. Harmful in that my muscle memory will be messed up, helpful in that I'll learn how to play differently. Okay, the teleporters ate all of my rockets. Thank you. On the house. Play more, strive to improve, but most of them off-court has moved to Grand Blue and you're tired of dealing with the pot complaints online. Your mental would low-key be better in a league match than 1 hour in anything related to strive right now. It is rough. That is... Yeah, it would get on my nerves if every time I won, people would be like, you won because your character's unfair. And every time I lost, people would be like, how did you lose with the character you're playing? That sounds really annoying. Oh, I fought our friend, the Milia player, the other day. I didn't win, but I just taunted the entire time. I did get a colorful message after the games were played. Not strong, but not broken. People don't care to learn. People, like... If you can't react to slide head, you deserve to lose. I say that as someone who only reacts to slide head maybe 40% of the time. But it's like, if he got in, if Potemkin got close enough to deal damage to you, that was your fault. Is it annoying that he only has to do that twice? Yeah. But also, it's your fault. Alright. Keep an eye peeled. I'm speaking mostly to myself for ink mushrooms. Sailstar! Wait, that's big. Sailstar on the map with a guaranteed red is good. Wait. Why have we got so many green multi-shop terminals? This is unusually generous from the game director. And we get crit glasses, and we get gasoline. Do I need another gasoline? Not particularly. His only problem is his meter game. The situations he forces with meter are too strong for how much he gets. Yeah, that's kind of... I feel like that's the consensus. Potemkin would not be as scary if he didn't get all of his meter from, you know, if you hit him and drop the combo, he's got enough meter to do a metered option. If he hits you with Potbuster, he has enough meter to do a metered option. It's a lot. All damage is doubled and lethal, by the way, John. Don't forget that. I've died because of that in the past. Hammerfall fast PRC Potbuster refunds his meter for doing fast PRC. Yeah, that's a lot. I've said that's a lot twice now. Where's my money? Are you my money? Are you my money? Oh, okay, you're potentially a problem. Yeah. Yep. The Milia guy has left a horrible imprint on the Strive community because now people copy him for rage bait purposes. Oh no. We've got copycat Lafettis? What has the world come to? What indeed? Okay, we survive. Are you healing again? Do you have a healing type item? Yeah. Okay, we're gonna power up a little more. engagement or rage bait is why you don't interact with Twitter or tier lists often. It gets... I don't enjoy how much silliness is rewarded on the internet. It is more viable to be controversial than to have like curiosity towards the world. You know what? Let's get our double red item and then take on that scavenger. It is worth it to take on the scavenger. That's a lot of items. I accidentally took Lepton Daisy instead of the regenerating scrap. Oh no. I also have had mostly chill interactions with people on Strive. Okay, mushroom. Ooh, lunar pod. I could take cheater item, but I don't know how they changed cheater item, so I'll hold off on that for now. Yes, attack speed. I have Sail Star, so wait until I do red chest. I almost made a mistake. Hating a character is only funny when Loki does it. Remember this. Da 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 da. Reason you haven't been playing Strive is because you're not having fun with the current state, so you're choosing to take a break instead of continuing to play the game you're not having fun with. Okay, you being a smart cookie and all that. I've missed one location where this chest can be. Where is this chest? Da 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 da. It can be up there. I think there's another. I guess I should check inside the mushroom cave. It's in the mushroom cave. Okay, I'm silly. No, I missed the jump. Fuck me, okay. Now, I've played platformers, I can do this. Nukahana's opinion and a sentient meat hook. Alright. I already had a sentient meat hook. Where did the scavenger go? Did the scavenger just drop off the face of the earth? Or was he walking up to try and get me? Honestly, I'm there with you guys. I have used Blue Sky almost exclusively for a hot minute now. Much to like no detriment at all, curiously enough. Also just social media in general, you can avoid it and it usually actually helps. Crazy. Even on Blue Sky though, sometimes people say stuff and I'm like, you guys are dumb as rocks. I don't have Wungus, do I? How am I gonna heal? Oh, I have a healing drone, that's how I'll heal. I had Facebook for a long time to keep in touch with old classmates. I haven't used Facebook since I was goddamn 13. I haven't used Facebook since I was first allowed to make a Facebook. Occasionally I get on Facebook to send a message to a friend that I haven't talked to in 6 months, and then we exchange like 3 messages, and then we wait 6 months to return to the routine. He picked up Pocket ICBM. Okay, it doesn't matter. Does that mean I get his Pocket ICBM, or does that mean... No, all random items. But I wanted his red item. Friends made a Facebook explicitly to change his profile picture on Uno. Now that's the real reason to get a Facebook. Man, another one of my flaws as a content creator is my absolute refusal to figure out how to do social media stuff. I've just never done it. I halfway refuse to do it. It's not my bottleneck as a content creator, but it doesn't help. Goodbye, Titan. Bleed on multi is pretty good, okay. Berserker's Pauldron. We get going. We certainly get going at times. To go find one of your old friends from middle school one day, went through a rabbit hole to find out they are registered SO. Yeah, there are at least one individual from high school where that was a thing. And it wasn't even a like, oh yeah, that makes sense. It was like, oh really? He's the one. Okay. You'll think you know a guy. Welcome, Inclusoge. This is multi. This is, well, it's kind of on-hit multi. It's multi running with rockets on secondary. Just to deal with the pesky wisps until we get good enough to deal with them in other ways. Did we have a scrapper? I'm not sure. If it's a good enough red, we'll risk the greens we've got. We've got so many greens. Happy not having stuff related to your personal life on social medias at all. You're on a loader god run right now. Just got back from a trampoline park. Nice. I've not been to a trampoline park, though my climbing gym is right next to one. Is Warbonds good still, or is Warbonds less good? I think it got less good. Warbonds is really good right now. They've just changed. Y'all remember Snapchat? Man, my friend group still organizes, like, for example, my rock climbing group organizes through Snapchat. So I still have Snapchat. I haven't updated it in a hot minute, but I don't post stories. I don't use it to chat with anyone. It's literally just there's a group chat that posts it in Snapchat, so I have to keep Snapchat. I guess I don't need to keep Snapchat. We're gonna go to Sky Meadows because I don't like the lighting of the other Stage 5. Let's get going. Snapchat led to friend groups being the equivalent of a caste system. In school, you're good without it, thanks. That's kind of just, well, since the dawn of man, there have been cliques. Like, not cliques as in C-L-I-C-K, but cliques as in C-L-I-Q-U-E-S. I don't think, Snapchat didn't start that, but Snapchat played into that. Don't worry, Skifford, we can be old together. I am, after all, an elderly fighting game player. Gup! Free money. Is there a Solus control unit? Okay, there it is. Free money still. More free money, actually. Alright, I have Sales Star. Oh. Wait for me, my items, I'll be back. "100% uptime Spinel Tonic." I've actually never done that, though I do understand the appeal. I feel like you almost need a command run to do that. Nope. Okay, fall damage is doubled and lethal, by the way. Fall damage is doubled and lethal, by the way. What a way to go. What a way to go. Just cheat in 10 billion lunar coins. I guess you can just keep fishing for the good old gesture of the drowned. Alright, truth be told, I don't plan on streaming more than another hour or two. I'm gonna take this time to swap over to Guilty Gear. We'll play a little Guilty Gear. Up. Also, for as much as people joke about it, it's insane to me that people are like, "Oh, I'm 23, I'm past my prime," and it is like, dog. 23 is not past your prime at all. Your prime's like 45. Thank you for the hydrate, Kuso. Five was your front. I make the joke at the rock climbing gym all the time because there are so many young climbers that can climb stuff at least as hard as I can, and oftentimes harder than I can. And it's just like, dog, these kids don't know. They're gonna peak at 9. They're gonna hit 9. It's all downhill from there. Alright, let's play a little bit of Strive. I'll play a little bit of Tower. If I know some of you guys are at work, so you can't do a player room, but I'll do a little bit of Tower, do a little bit of player room. And I'm taking it relatively chill. Man. I don't know. I'm just... I want to stream, but also I'm stressed out from having family, so I don't want to stream too much. We'll see how it goes. Prime might have been when you were 14. Not gonna lie, child strength went crazy. Sometimes it's not even child strength, it's that your peers are comparatively weaker than your peers when you are an adult, or your body is comparatively easier to move than your body when you're an adult. Like, part of the reason why I injured myself is not because I am weaker than I was as a kid, it's actually because I'm stronger than I was as a kid. And so it's like, well, the reason I hurt myself is because I'm strong enough to pull my own muscles off my own bones. Which is not the greatest thing in the world. Can you play a better fighting game like Pokemon Close Combat, the free fan-made Pokemon fighting game? I can check it out eventually. But I know Strive, and I'm comfortable playing Strive, so I'm gonna play a little bit of Strive. Hello, Qbert. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Cracked your own bones on accident in several occasions. It's very much too strong. Yeah. That's also where it's like, everyone's like, oh yeah, warm up before exercise. And people are like, oh, I'm super fit, I don't need to warm up before exercise. You actually need to warm up before exercising more if you're stronger. Because of the aforementioned strength leading you to be more likely to injure yourself. Just finished learning how to play, that's enough. Let's Get You Home by Will Wood on the Barry Uke. Let's go. One thing I'm putting off is learning chords for Porter Robinson, Look at the Sky, because if I do a cover, that's one I really, really want to do. Will Wood has been mentioned. Isn't Among Us Arena pretty well received, though? Like... Oh god, okay, Zoner, right off the bat, let's go. I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Not a huge fan of Zoners, alright. Alright, Axel. You can play it, sing at the same time, you'll eventually record a cover, or you'll cheat with BandLab. I don't know if so it's one task asking me to learn the chords and play chords in time. It's another task to have me sing lyrics and sing lyrics on key and in time. And it's a third task entirely to get me to play the guitar while singing. Yoink. And drill kick. And block string. Infinite block string, actually. And it's no overhead. That's how you do it. Dash block. Dash block. Meant to charge dust there. Oh, I stood up. And I got hit by the full screen command grab. Let's go. To the corner, my friend. Or not, we'll burst. Entrenching. Ah! Why did I burst? It is because I was scared. I tried to jump. I may be dead here. Yeah, I'm dead here. Win Moth tier list, please. I could make a tier list. Maybe that'll be one of the things I upload to my YouTube. Again, update being I want to actually upload stuff to YouTube. Not quite sure what I will. Moth tier list could be there. Okay, we're bursting. Prudable. It's not the zoner part that gets me, it's the full screen low hitting moves that get me. Okay, don't air dash. Air dash bad. If you didn't cross up, that was supposed to be... That was supposed to be... What's the move called? It's supposed to be DP. Command grab. Okay, I go for the cheeky round start. It didn't work, he didn't jump. I'm not reacting to the command grab. The throw. I also don't react to tap dust, which is a glaring flaw in my defense. Yoink. Okay, it's 6p, thank God. Okay, this can kill. God, I love the third game buff that the game totally gives you and isn't totally a figment of my deranged mind. GG's.
Are you ready?
All right, we're running it back, according to Axel. According to Axel. Where do you guys put Axel on your tier list?
Mankind knew that. Duel 1. Let's rock.
British tier. Hey, look, doing physical activity while injured using the part of your body that was injured has never hurt anyone ever. You control so much space.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Please, sir, a little recovery on 2P is all I'm asking. Will Wood's lung capacity and voice make you so jealous sometimes? Like, what do you mean he can just do that? I don't sing, but one trick is to like try to hold your ribcage open as keep your ribcage as open as possible. It kind of makes more efficient use of your airways, but also you just need to practice. I hate that 5P just beats any jump in. Yoink.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
See Will Wood, what? Yeah, well, Hubert's having a conversation about Will Wood. Vort is participating. You know what? I'll take it. Which means I don't get the third game buff, so I actually have to try hard. Can you believe it? Tornado goes, well, I don't punish Tornado. I should. Yes, use burst. Well, in my mind, I didn't lose there.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
I need to stop jumping. I need to just do, like, some silly little... Look at all that damage. We love 100 meter. Honestly, drill kick round start would not even lose to jumping in. It would just swap sides. I was thinking more along the lines of like start with a jumping kick or jumping slash. We can afford to do this. Yeah, we'll take it.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Yeah, why is you can send out 2p and recover in time to 5p by the time I am close enough to hit you with anything? Flip kick is unironically not the worst round start in Gio's repertoire. Like, it beats certain moves. It certainly beats Giovanna Dash 5k, which is like Gio's best round start option. Alright, GG's. Charged Wild Assault wins every round start. Trust. You're not even saying this as a white Wild Assault user. You're saying this as a blue Wild Assault enjoyer. Which you could be right. Tell me you have white Wild Assault without telling. That's what's confusing me. That's why I called it out. Like, you don't even have white Wild Assault. Why are you glazing Wild Assault round start? You're not Nago. Popbuster round start as Gio. When they give Gio her command grab, it's over for you guys. Tell you what. Just give Flip Kick the ability to be either Flip Kick or a command grab and make people guess. Make the startup look exactly like or very similar to Flip Kick. GG Dangoose. Good Axel, good Axel. Now whom's this? Yeah, we need Geobuster. We need Geobuster, and I can be happy. Geo command grab, she just grabs you and breaks your neck. This is like the... What's the silly... Like, in Mortal Kombat, it's like, okay, well, here's a command grab where I rip out your spine, and then, like, functionally, you just take damage and then get back up off the floor, even though your spine has ostensibly been ripped out, and then I hit you 2 seconds later with the same command grab and rip out your second spine that you have apparently grown in the last 5 minutes. Geo command grab is just a normal grab, but it does 420 damage on everyone. I don't need Geo to be like some middle schooler's power fantasy anime character. I just want her to have a mix-up option that isn't metered or reactable. Which I suppose is it's asking for a little bit. Who's hanging out in this room? We've got 3 Potemkins. Swamp Sesame. It's been a minute since I fought Swamp Sesame. You want Gio to be the main character instead of the buff sugar glider with an eye patch? Gio doesn't have main character energy though. Like, can you guys corroborate this opinion? Gio is not main character energy. Gio is supporting cast energy. Probably contributes to why I am gravitating towards her. Okay, let's fight funny Faust guy.
Are you ready?
But yeah, Gio's a very much supporting character. There also is a non-zero chance that an ad plays during the middle of this match, so apologies if that's the case.
Duel 1.
Duel 1.
Let's rock.
行きます遅いです行きますそうです
Thanks for the donut, nerd. Alright. Mix.
鏡あります。
I need to 6B that. That's on me. And add an hour isn't as bad as Wanted Frankie's stream. What? How many? What does Wanted Frankie do? What the heck?
静かに
Yoink.
すみませんね。狙います。
Bonk. I tried to Vintanya. Cable amount of ads. Yeah, I would much rather do ads
行きます。
every hour than like you get 15 minutes of stream and then your ad is, I keep forgetting that he has meter to make that safe, and then you get like your ad break. No. Chip damage. It's like watching the Super Bowl with the amount of, at least during the Super Bowl, I actually haven't watched the last 6 or 7 Super Bowls. The Super Bowl used to have funny commercials. Like, for some reason, the entire media industry decided that they're not going to put any effort into advertisements until Super Bowl. Completely unnecessary Red Roman cancel. You'll love to see it.
行きます。
Okay, for some reason that's frame trapping, so I'm gonna continue that.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
No! I'm gonna keep backdashing on wake up until you grab. I'm sorry, I'm not adapting. Okay, I'm dead. Well, I've got a chance. Instant air dash didn't work.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
He didn't have meter, but he had mini Faust. Or Stampede of Faust. Okay, I'm 6P'ing the next skewer attack this guy does. I promise. Faust probably still has a doctor's license. Killing a few people was unrelated to his doctor work. Yeah, honestly. It's not malpractice if it's not during operating hours. What he does in his own time is his own Man, I'm dead. Man, I'm gonna live forever. Okay, this is... You guys are halfway through this round gonna be sent to the ad realm. Unless I can beat him in a minute 30. Get away, Mini Faust. All right. If I lose, then nobody has to miss any Strive gameplay for an ad. If I win, you're definitely gonna miss some Strive gameplay for an ad. My apologies. Alright, the ads are starting soon. Of course, if you are subscribed, you will not be experiencing any ads. One of the benefits of running ads is that there's actually tangible benefits to being subscribed. No, not the overhead. You're just grabbing PRC Scarecrow on reaction. I thought, shouldn't that lose because he fast PRCs into the command grab? I tried to grab, that's ambitious on my part. You have yet to lose that interaction. So is it actually, like, working, or are Fausts just incapable of responding to that particular response? Have you labbed it to see if it's truly working? It's working so far? Okay. Up in the air. Do I start? Well, no, we'll just hang out and chill. We'll hang out and chill. Any of you guys got plans later today? My plans are go climbing. That's all I've planned for. And then maybe chop up a little bit of my just chatting section into YouTube shorts. Got 2 new Soundwave figures. Bloki's announced 2 new Soundwave figures, so your wallet is in danger, it would appear. It would appear your wallet is in danger. Playing more Ace Attorney, how you liking it? I've never played an Ace Attorney game. Going to Florida with family tomorrow, so you got a pack. Oh no. Well, I hope you have fun. Hopefully there's enjoyable things. What's up, Domo? GG's. It's rare to see Faust, but it's always fun to fight Faust. Maybe no pressure to answer this, by the way. I don't know how much of the ins and outs of Faust do you know. Does grabbing on reaction beat Faust PRC haircut from the Scarecrow move? We got Pompey in here saying that every time Faust does Scarecrow PRC, Pompey's just grabbing and winning. Also, there's a chance that if this is a first-time chatter, that's stuck in the ads, so we'll wait a bit. We've got 7 more seconds of ads. I could repeat the question. Oh no, Domo heard. Let's go. It depends if you're special canceling or just doing it in neutral. Entrenching. I'm not sure what the difference be. Okay, let's fight the character where I like an hour ago said is my fault if I lose neutral. In neutral you can, after 2H or 6H you cannot. Oh, that's super interesting. Okay, but when the Faust just gets silly in neutral, just grab that. Got it. Oh, I missed the counter hit. That's on me. You're not bursting me into the corner. Flip kick is not the move to use against Potemkin as Geo, by the way. Don't look back. If you can't react to slide head, you deserve to lose. That's, yeah. Yeah, deflect shield, don't beat pot buster. Hammerfall break to buster reaction check is your favorite thing to try all the time. Probably why you lose all the time. Nah. Faust Geo's hard but fun. I always forget that Geo's jumping heavy is a very good button, in my opinion. It's significantly less good against Faust because you're either crouched too close to the floor for it to do anything, or you're too high in the air for it to hit. So I need to use jumping slash more against Faust, I have hypothesized. Yeah, I got halfway to a punish there. I didn't know what side you were on. Prudable. That's why I go forth. Well, I might not suffer consequences. There's a very good chance I do. Not enough to kill. Okay. Well, grapplers don't tend to realize that they are also grappleable. We'll try that strat. I didn't. For some reason I whiffed 2S of all the buttons. Alright, GG's. Outer Wilds peak, Monster Hunter Wilds also peak. I will agree, at least on the Outer Wilds being peak. Loved Outer Wilds. Not quite a 2-frame gap there. Who grabs after being close slashed? Ventania not working. Forget how Strive is sometimes. I haven't played in a while. You should. Rose tinted glasses. Welcome in, Swamp Sesame. It's been a little bit. How's Strive treating you? I have been, well, I've been on a Grand Blue kick. I've not really stuck to Strive in a minute. Even on my own. play Axel low in season 4, so not great. Alright, I'm putting Axel in the A on my tier list to make Swamp Sesame mad. Tried Grand Blue was pretty fun. I love my Southern Fox character. What can I say? She is oh so fun to play. They will give us Rainwater and Artemis back.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Right into your loving arms. Grand Blue plays like Exerd? That's interesting. I might have to try out Exerd if that's the case. I like a tiger, walk in the park. No, not the full screen command grab. I let you get one vision? Okay, that's on me. That means I wasn't blocking. I mean, when you really think about it, Rivals of Aether 2 really plays like Exerd. Am I right, ladies? The Axel Bomber starts are very brave. No, I whiffed. Footy's Rollback Edition plays nothing. Footy's Rollback Edition plays nothing like Exerd. Brave takes only. I've lost the sauce of the conversation here. I'm definitely not I'm not opposed to trying out the other Guilty Gear games though. Wow. I do drill kick so that they start 6Ping, and then PRC drill kick so that you can drill kick with a separate drill kick into their 6P. That's what the strat is. Okay, you were meant to go this direction, so let me just rectify that. No, Zoner.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
That worked? Okay, I'll take it. Was that must have been uncharged tornado, because drill kick definitely does not go that far through regular ass tornado. I'll take it. Good game, Sesame. We've got one more.
Mankind. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Where's the Axle Bomber start? Wake Up Far Slashes was wild on my side, but it worked. And I'm dead. GG. PK Bomber, best round star. That's what I'm saying. There you go. Ba da 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 da. Actually, Super might have killed there. I might have made an oopsie. Good games. Good games, Sesame. Imagine if the bomber hit, it would have been funny. It really would have. I may... Okay, is anyone interested and or able to join a player room? I may start player. May do player room stuff and then end again. Not gonna do an 8-hour stream. Because I struggle to be talkative during an 8-hour stream. I struggle to be talkative during a 4-hour stream, but we shall see. I'm just gonna do it. We're gonna go here. If you guys want to join the player room, you can join the player room. At some point in the future, near or distant. Oh, is it gonna be the Axle Gauntlet? Create your own room. If we'll change rules if it comes to that. We'll do first to 2 rematch with yeah, that seems reasonable. We'll see. Let me just pin the room code. Something went wrong. Unable to pin. Use you? Manually pin. I'll also update the stream title just in case people see it. Alright, we've got... I don't know, if you guys are already fighting, I could spectate y'all. No, you guys are already fighting. Axel v Axel. How does the mirror match taste for Axel? It's interesting. Zoner v Zoner. That's okay. That's a culture. I'm looking up at the comment that says, you know, Strive should be at 3 stock. Yeah, for the player room though, I'm just doing first to 2 because that gives you the ability to make a comeback while also not taking up a whole ton of time. Okay, my train of thought is a locomotive engine without any rails, so it just goes all over the place, contributing to my lack of speaking during streaming, but we're practicing. Today's a practice day. What am I gonna say? Oh yeah, culture shock. Culture shock. Going over to Grand Blue, the fact that everything in Grand Blue is first to 2 is like it makes sense for the game because Strive... Oh, you mean 3 stock as in during the round. Okay. I thought you meant 3 stock as in like first to 3 all. And anyways, I'm caught up. Axel Mirror is Whiffington City. It's not whiffing, it's zoning. You're controlling space. It's not a whiff, it's a zoning button. But yeah, Grand Blue tournaments and stuff is first to 2, which is not how Strive does tournaments. Which, not good or bad. It makes tournaments slightly faster, I feel. Unless rounds generally go longer in Grand Blue, and they could. Never a whiff, Axel edition. Yeah, I really do need to decorate my player house, my player space. Ba-da-da-da-da. It is the Axel Mirror. Unfortunately, I can't spectate, so we can only speculate on what is happening. I imagine there's an Axel on the left side of the screen hitting 2P, and an Axel on the right side of the screen hitting either 2P or Rensen or Tornado. Okay, the Axel on the right side of the screen, their 2P hit. So now they're hitting 2P, and they're hitting 2P, and they're hitting 2P. Okay, the Axel on the left jumped and started hitting the other Axel. And now they both just whiffed TK Bomber. Morning, that man. Welcome in, welcome in. I guess for me it's getting into the afternoon, but good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Goes for everyone. You should apply for caster. Apply for caster. Apply for caster. I'm struggling to put meaning to these words, but welcome in, Riker. How's the Nago life treating you these days?
Duel 1. Let's rock.
Oh, we're already bursting. Let's go.
ます。はい。そこじゃないよ。シュッと。通りませんね。ほら。
Bonk. It's technically okay. If you ever tell me that dive kick doesn't do damage, I hate you. I love dive kick anyways. I was gonna say Ventania would have done more damage, but
Duel 2. Let's rock.
that is bullshit blazing. Still, my heart is blazing. No, I messed up. They always stop blocking eventually. Playing a top tier and still losing, been good. Well, at least you have a positive attitude about it.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society. So instead of reflecting... Duel 1. Let's rock.
Not the strike throw Axel. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. That's where the dive kick comes in handy. Sometimes you can't hit people with Ventania. You need a little something else. Yoink.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
They always stop blocking eventually. Alright, GG's. Nen has been putting an official Arxis tweet. They're making it in the world. I saw that also Zmushi. Well, Nen and Zmushi are both listed as official watch party streams for Arc World Tour. Also, Lucky, you probably weren't here. I had a whole half hour just chatting section because I'm trying to give little updates here and there in an attempt to take streaming even more seriously than I have been taking it. And truth be told, I haven't been taking it as seriously as I could be. I did apply for Team Arc creators. I put in my application. I haven't heard anything, but I'm gonna try and do that, considering Arc Systems got their name on Guilty Gear and Granblue, and I technically play 2 fighting games now, both Arc System games. Look, Arc System doesn't make games, they just put logos on games. And buff pot. Those are the 2 things that they are able to do. We can't fix online play, and we can't fix dual stations, but we can make Potemkin scarier. Speaking of scary, what's Lai's Kai at? Lai recently got back to 2000 rated Sin. So I'm curious how their Kai fares. Actually, Lai, when you get a chance, do you play Kai more or Soul more if you're not playing Sin? I thought you were a pretty avid Soul player. Ooh, PRC air throw. Okay. Kyoko is cracked on Soul. Don't tell anyone though. Kyoko's cracked on Johnny, but we're not mature enough to broach that subject. Tornado zoning, tornado beating projectile. Average Kai pickup, half your health. Average, oh, okay, whiffed DP into grab, but you're into corner. Average Kai pickup. What? Okay, I'm still in the search for my bottleneck when it comes to fighting games. One thing I don't do is IBFD or IB or FD. I don't do one, both, or either at the same time. I do need to practice IBing certain block strings that characters autopilot. Like, I should theoretically be able to IB Geo's up dog every time I play the character. I know the timing. I just don't do that. Where Johnny made an exert and plus R, but then they removed his coins in Strive. But you still get cards. Alright, let's fight Slayer. Slayer. Speaking of characters where it's your fault if you lose.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
すみませんね。
Slap. Duel 2. Let's rock.
Nah, I wanted to super. I could be dead here. You can bash both that. You can mash both dandy step and overhead. I still like to throw the overhead. Ooh, backwards.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Ah, speaking of grabbing that, I didn't get it. I try to grab Master Hammer as often as I can. Probably best to just react with DP or something, or just jump. Alright, see you around, Swamp Sesame. It was nice seeing you again. It's been a minute. Wonderful to fight Axel once more.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Triple hitting far slash my beloved.
静かに
All right, let's go.
不死身なの
Duel 1. Let's rock.
あ
This hurts. This hurts.
行きますあ残ります不用心ですね
This also hurts though. Chip damage, my beloved. $1 for every time you walk into Geo's second or third hit on far slash. You have a sizable sum by now. It's saved my ass many times against certain moves. Okay, that was supposed to be throw. Alright, good game. I don't know what to say. I like enhanced drill kick Oki. GG's. Lancelot's corner BNB is really hard. I can see that. Actually, I can't see that. I couldn't even tell you what Lancelot looks like. I've not seen that character in action, I don't think. Elfelt opening strive, you'll love to see it. Did I not? Okay, unfortunately I didn't get into the match. So, no game going on. You've got Soul Bad Guy fighting his inner demon, apparently. The other character is not showing up on the duel station at all. So, Soul Bad Guy versus his inner turmoil. Basically, what story mode is, I guess. I don't know, I haven't watched story mode. It also, okay, no, they're not copying the health bars. Their health is just very similar at all times. Soul Bad Guy fighting his bad guy soul. Bars. This is indeed what is happening. Okay, it looks... They're refusing to give up the neutral, or the health bars aren't updating. They're both on a sliver. This is... They're standing on either side of the stage, poking. Okay. Oh no. Who is this Stinklines Potemkin? This Stinklines Potemkin player? Do you guys want to keep the room settings as it is, or do you guys want to do like King of the Hill or Purgatory? Room settings right now are rematch twice. Or rather, first to two. We'll see. Well, I'll gauge the room. What are you guys thinking? King of the Hill? Okay, let's... Obviously, you guys keep on keeping on. Let me go change room settings. Winner stays. Is this literally all I need? Winner stays. 2 rounds to victory. Fly regulation. View room settings. Winner stays. Alright, we should... Ideally, we should be set to go. On the player list, it said you were the only non-celestial, blah. Just get that good old Celestial title. Again, I will reiterate that part of the draw for me for going to Grand Blue Fantasy rather than Strive is I feel like I've got a tangible progress bar that can show me how well I'm doing-ish, in that, like, oh, I'm in S rank with 4 stars. I'm in like S5 with four diamonds. If I win, diamond go up. If I lose, diamond go down. And it's just a much better indicator of progress than Celestial Floor, which contains the middle of the bell curve up to the very top. It's not a fun ranked system. Yeah, Rooker is correct. Celestial means nothing. But it does make your profile picture shiny, and that says a lot about society, I'm sure. Alright, once again, Soul Bad Guy fighting his inner demons. The health bars are very similar. I'm not convinced that the other duel station is just copying Soul Bad Guy's health at any given point. You like Grand Blue because there's more characters I like? Yeah, but the character designs in Strive are better than the character designs in Grand Blue. So, which is not a opinion, but a fact. It makes you shiny and you suddenly go from 50% win rate to 10%. It's great. Yeah, honestly, getting to Celestial makes me have less fun at the game because I start losing more. Zaxby's didn't give you your shrimp and your surf and turf meal. Is it just turf, or do you get is there other surf? Beatrix Grand Blue is hot. That's the thing, LFL. Every character in Grand Blue is hot. They didn't... Not to say... Okay, here's the deal. Every fighting game character generally is hot. I don't know why this is the case, but in Grand Blue it's like, okay, you have Fire Emblem Hot Guy 1, Fire Emblem Hot Guy 2, Fire Emblem Hot Guy 3, Fire Emblem Hot Girl 1 through 7, and you've got like variation on anime animal girl hybrid, like 6 through 10. And a couple, like, Lalafels from Final Fantasy in Charlotta and Henri. Bet you can't guess your main in Grand Blue, you're a fairy player. I can smell it. It was either that or Matera. But my main guess would be Fairy, because Fairy looks closer to Axel than Matera. Also, with Winter Stays, we're probably gonna wait until Vort fights Lai. I'm gonna be so totally honest with you guys. I think Lai is kind of alright at the game. Oh my god, guys, if you don't know... by the way, sorry, I'm not commentating on the fight. You guys know what's happening. There are cubes. If he loses mana, he disintegrates. You guys know the drill. None of that's news. Ban, bracket about nothing, is doing a chess tournament on Saturday. I think it was Overlord or someone. Well, I could just check, but someone linked it to me. I'm gonna play in it. I'm hoping I am one of the better chess players in the fighting game scene. It would make sense. I play chess a lot. Pompey's beaten me a couple times in the shorter time formats. That's the only thing. But I'm excited for it. It will be streamed. I don't know how they're streaming it. They're using chess.com. I will represent Moth as best as I can in the chess tournament. Big cube win. Wait, we don't have to fight. We don't have to fight Soul Bad Guy. Okay. Okay. Entrenching.
Are you ready?
Oh, I see. This is an Asuka, not like a dabble Asuka. This is I play Asuka either because it's fun or because I hate myself. No, this is winner's stays. We're doing King of the Hill. Ooh, my borscht got baited. Siegfried is calling for you, but you have to beat Vort before you can hop off. I thought my kick was gonna come out fast enough. How? What spells? That feels brave, walking up and then, instead of hitting a button, just regenning mana. Alright, someone dethrone Asuka. I don't know how to play against this character. There's a gold. What is the gold Lewis? So I think the topic of conversation is in Grand Blue. Is there a gold Lewis tweet about Grand Blue? Also, yeah, this is okay. Interesting matchup because allegedly Flick beats everything, but I'm not actually sure how comfortable Vort is against really strong Asuka players. Book overhead. Okay, we go under, over, spell, under, regen mana, use the mana, spend the meter, hard knockdown. We've got DP and cube. It looks like we're both one touch away from death here. And, you know, the DP actually gets some mileage. Doesn't usually. Also, completely wrong to call that move the DP. Again, I think it's a misnomer to call every invincible reversal a DP. I think DP should actually refer to the motion input. And I think it's been brought up, but I'm pretty sure the original Dragon Punch didn't have invincibility by default. So really, it should just be reversal card. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Magic Man. Goodbye. Why have Gold Lewis step on you when the hydraulic press is right there, guys? Oh, we could have an Asuka sweep. Well, okay, we have an Asuka. No, okay, we have an Asuka sweep. You had to keep me guessing. Like, there's a chance. There's a chance. There's a chance. No, it's all Asuka all the time, baby. Welcome to your second dose of Potemkin, though, because I'm pretty sure that's Madeline up there. You must fight Potemkin until something changes. Oh. Oops, something happened. Alright. No Asuka. Well, that's slightly worse for Potemkin. the Axel matchup.
Mankind knew that they cannot change society.
They cannot change society.
Duel 1.
Alright, where's Ant when you need him? I know Ant's always talking about teaching every Potemkin the Axel matchup, so that no Axel can have fun. Just a little bit of PowerPoint presentation. Just a little, as a treat. You can flick through the tornado. Alright. Potemkin pressure. The maneuvering Heavenly Buster. Every resource is going into making sure Axel doesn't leave the corner. Grapple. We're the grappler. Oh my god, I killed. I don't think I've seen that victory thing where Axel grabs fast food. That's actually pretty sick. Personality-wise, I like Axel. If he wasn't his owner, I would like him a lot more. And we grapple from the entire screen. Potemkin's gotta use meter to grapple you from the entire screen. Ooh, there was almost something there. Battle of the meter. Axel comes out on top in the battle of the meter. At least in this case. Many such cases. Alright, that's a familiar avatar. We're actually busting out Sin.
Mankind knew. Duel 1.
In everyone's voice. Zoning, 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 jump in, zoning. Ooh. There are certain distances where charged tornado is just a lot. Yeah, if you can hit him through the charged tornado, then it's not a problem. Alright. Welcome to Sinkisk. Please continue blocking for 20 seconds. Woo. Whiff into Sickle Bomb. Actually pretty close. Run up grab. What a mastery in Axel low 2p, 2p, 2p. Why is the recovery so low on 2p? It's like the most illegally good normal in the game. Zato actually has an easier time with Is it just easy to punish Tornado, or why does that make it easier for you? Also, yeah, when it comes to ping, I was forged in the fire of playing on Wi-Fi every multiplayer game until I was an adult. So I was playing first-person shooters at 300 milliseconds. You know, kids these days don't know how easy they've got it. In general, there's no recovery in this game. I don't know, I feel like I've got moves that have recovery. Some Axels don't know you can just reflect it. Ooh, Alive versus Nocturus. Have you guys played each other before? I feel like you guys might have. Doesn't Axel win this matchup? Axel wins, yeah, Axel wins the Johnny Sin matchup. No, I assume you're referring to the other one. Laya's like a very good Sin player. Like sub 30 number player on this character. I forget the exact placement. But yeah, Lai is very good at the game. Lai is number 17? Yeah. Makes sense. Rank 118 Axel has no chance. There's always a chance, because the rating difference probably means statistically you're gonna win like 1 in every 300 games or something. But what happens is that, like, you know, if you know, it doesn't mean that the one game you win comes at the end of the 300. It could come in the middle. But you just need to get the win once. Okay, Lai really wants to fight Vort, so if I win here, I force Lai to play Strive instead of Grand Blue. Oh yeah, misunderstanding there. Lai is not 17 years old. Lai is number 17 Sin player.
Slap. Duel 2. Let's rock.
I failed the overhead block. Ah, you can reversal there. All right.
Duel 3. Let's rock.
Okay, there we go. Lai has to play Strive still. Saw Custom Room wanted to throw the stupid dumb 7 rollback Potemkin into the mix, but you want to honk Shua sleep on that thing? Okay, well, first of all, thanks for putting that sentence into my ear. Second of all, I mean, feel free, but get some rest, dude. Better win, Moth. You're not in the mood to block 21 frame overhead. I did win. Thank you very much. Yeah, PRC Buster.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
I hate that I whiffed that. Okay, someone... Welcome to Potemkin. Someone else fight him. Yeah, someone else fight him. Could have avoided this. Okay, I like fighting Potemkin though. I like fighting him. Get some rest, Cube.
Duel 1.
I will. Okay, since I can, I have the power for it. After whatever comes first, after this match or when the ad automatically plays, I'll run an ad. Much to the displeasure of the viewers, I'm sure. But I do want to watch for it. Ooh, we blocking. Okay, the slow book overhead is such a silly move. They should make it flash a certain color. For some reason, it not being like a glowing orange move makes it very hard for me to react to it. Ooh, okay. Potemkin pressure, ooh. No mana. No mana. No mana. No mana. Oh my god, that kills. You gotta love least effective health in the game on manaless Asuka. Immaculate defense. There wasn't a card there. There wasn't a card there. All Asuka players must use orange Asuka so they can be nice. Reversal card. Alright, both characters equally close to death. Maybe Asuka a tiny bit closer. Ooh, good backdash. Cube pressure, going for 2D so that we can regen mana. Ooh, getting away. Deflect shield, not immediately resulting in a loss. How does that work? And now we cube to death. Now we cube. That was pretty sick. Alright. I will be right back, guys. I'm gonna leave the spectator on so that if you, for whatever reason, for example, if you have a subscription gifted to you by one of the generous people that do that, you won't get an ad, but I will run an ad right now while I go to the restroom. But yeah, I will be right back. Enjoy Pompeii versus Asuka if you are an ad-free viewer.
Duel 1. Let's rock. Slap. Duel 2.
Alright, I return. The Hound is also here. I don't know if it picks up on the microphone. The Hound is just doing the thing that Hounds tend to do, where he's got on his bed and is just scratching at it to, I guess, make it comfy. Has it worked? He's lying down. Nope, he got up. It wasn't perfect. He had to get up and start scraping at his bed again. All right. Well, just in time after the ad to see Pompeii win. Good work. Now we get to fight Eddie. All right. Zato v Potemkin. Yeah, good fights. Oh my god, my leg is so stiff. Brackets still isn't here. Where is Brackets? I need medical advice from Twitch chat. I need Brackets. We love blocking. We love blockling. Blockling? You do, like, share a similar name to Bubble Cross. Once again, both characters equally close to death. Okay, now maybe Pompeii a little closer to death. Oh, that's... that was gonna be rough, but nothing came of it. GG. Closer than you think. Bursting, and then heat tackle is risky. Ooh, I think you got hit before the armor started up. Tried to PRC grab. I saw the vision. I respect it. Just keep blocking. Just keep blocking. Good attempt. Good attempt. For how low tier Zato supposedly is, it is rough to have to block for like ages and then get hit by an overhead and the overhead gets picked up by Eddie. Deflect shield misinput. You hate to see it. Deflect shield removes like 30% of your win chance from the match. Got work soon, so you're gonna jet from the lobby? Alright, see you around that, man. It was fun to have ya. Good games. May see you in the future, hopefully. But yeah, have a good day at work. Deflect Shield is really not that bad versus Zato. Can throw him off. That seems to be the case with a lot of characters that have really long block strings. Where... like, if you deflect shield in the middle of a block string that there is autopiloting, it's like, okay, well now they're gonna go away from you and whip a button. Two zoners refusing to give up the neutral. Okay, now it is Zato's turn to pressure. Command grab. The command grab kills, okay. Full of surprises, this one. Alright. Grappler Axel. When to mash, when to mash. I'm not sure there's a safe place to mash there. I think we were running in for a throw, but hard knockdown. There's the throw. Ooh. Okay, that's some spicy Axel gameplay. Deflect shield. Deflect shield doing what it does best. Throwing. Alright, it is Eddie's turn to shine. That is hard knockdown. More block string. Waiter, more block string, please. That hurt, missing the grab there. Okay, YRC, get off of me. Tornado, run into the tornado. That tends to be my plan. More meter usage. Nobody has meter. Where it's just mono, imano, because you've got Eddie, Zato, and Axel. One good Rensen away from a combo. I don't know. I don't know how this character works. GG's. That was actually really close, guys. Very close indeed. Exactly what is said about Tornado. I play Geo, so that I just tend to dash into buttons by accident anyways, then I dash into Tornado too much. Seeing Zato use Break the Law reminds you of a Zato that wall slump looped you and kept teabagging with it while you were on challenge. Pompeii, what do we think about this? Do you claim that Zato? Is he one of you? Is he one of yours? Zato sweep, by the way. I don't know how Zato's low on the tier list, you know, given my sample size of one cracked Zato. I will base, when I finally do my moth tier list, not a tier list of moths, but a tier list by the moth, I will be basing it entirely off of my experience fighting people that I am familiar with. I will not be using empirical data to support my opinions whatsoever. It was another orange Zato too. orange Zato even worse, because now you can not that it is actually the reason I don't react to tap dust, but if you're orange and tap dust is orange, I get confused. Wow. Chip damage. How do you fight this thing? You find... well, I would give you an answer if I knew the answer. I could also give you an answer that I don't know is the answer and pretend I know, but I'm trying not to do that these days. Did you ask something? You were focused. Pompeii. There was a Zato in tower that was wall slumping Elfelt over and over and teabagging her. Do you claim that Zato? Is he representative of your character's player base?
I knew that they cannot change society, so instead of reflecting on themselves, they blame the beasts. Duel 1. Let's rock.
Alright, Lai might have... He might have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. Which is the wrong way to use that turnip phrase. That would mean that Lai has a very low chance of winning. I think Lai has a decent chance of beating Pompeii. I say watching him be juggled back and forth by Eddie for a solid 5 seconds. An Axel player would never teabag in one vision, so we're just telling lies now. Alright. I'm the greatest Anji player known to man. Ooh, strike throw. Never seen you play Anji, who knows? The last time I would have played Anji is when we just dick around in a player room and hit random. I would never play Anji otherwise. Even though, like, my frequent complaint is like, oh, I don't have an unmetered overhead. It's like, yeah, but also, I'm not gonna play Anji. There are other characters with unmetered overheads. I'll just play Elfelt and Rekka spam. Or I'll finally learn how to do overheads with meter that are not the GODP overhead. So that one's pretty good. That one gets the job done. It's no BRC. Does this hit sweet? I can't tell if that was sweet spot. It did damage though. Alright, not falling for Eddie Shield. Okay, we get reversal. Burst comes out. That means if Lai does win this, Burst is not available next round. Burst is not available next round for Pompeii here. If thou art considered tap dust. I'm not supposed to use tap dust because people in Celestial aren't supposed to get hit by tap dust, even though I have evidence that people in Celestial do get hit by tap dust, considering I'm in Celestial and I get hit by tap dust. I don't know, I should use tap dust more often. It's just not in my toolbox. Which means it would probably be more effective than I think, because I never use it, so nobody who's fought me is conditioned to block the tap dust. Who knows? Also Eddie Shield my goat. Okay, hard knockdown. 1 bar of stamina. 2 bars of stamina. Not to mention nearly 100 tension. Okay, we've got all of the resources. All of the resources Lai needs. You blocked the overhead. What a defensive menace. Ride the lightning. GG. Good work. Alright, is it my turn? I think it's my turn. Not in the mood to block 21 frame overhead. Me neither. Me neither. Alright, Lai, let's see it.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
'I tried to dash under. I tried to dash under, it didn't work.
投げますね。すみません。さて。はい。
Good grabs.
Duel 2. Let's rock. First match. Counter.
I wasn't in the mood to get sent through the wall, but look where I'm at now. All right, now you get the Potemkin match that you've always wanted. Welcome in, lesson man. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. All right, the match we've all been waiting for.
Duel 1. Let's rock. Counter.
By wall slumping, you mean just dropping the combo for pressure? Consato can't do the wall slump without letting them tech on wall splat. Question for Elfelt, because I wasn't the one who got wall splat looped by a Zato in tower. And your spine is broken. I mean, yeah, like, no, it's what Lesson Man says. Moves that don't launch will wall slump. For example, if I manage to wall splat, quote unquote wall splat you with Geos, bar slash, bar H, or 2 slash, then you can wall slump. Now it's virtually never useful to wall slump people as Geo, considering just send them through the wall and get positive bonus. You get so much from meter, but yeah, any character can wall slump. 5k is also included in the buttons I listed. Anything that's not a launching button.
Duel 3. Let's rock. Counter.
Let's go. Potemkin Buster. Potemkin Buster. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll never guess. Okay, not Wake Up Pop Buster. Probably wise. I was expecting Wake Up Pop Buster. I'm also expecting PRC Buster. Or PRC close slash into breaking our dual station. Alright, have fun on Grand Blue Light. How long is it gonna keep us in this screen? Okay, there we go. That's fucked up because it kicks Vort off of the station. Yeah, you kinda broke everything. Do we have to move dual stations now? I'm stuck connecting. We might have to go down to the Okay, no, there, I think it fixed. Is Vort on? I think we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we're good. Unless it's still broken. It very well could still be broken. Mayhaps we move to the bottom duel station? Are you guys in a match? Oh. Pompey left the room and it fixed it. Alright. Also, I'll probably do 1 or 2 more loops of this before I call it. Like I said, I've got climbing plans today. Lie plugging led to Strive Universe. Lie plugging is the sole reason that Strive Earth is a problem. It's all Lie's fault. Alright, this cursed matchup. We get a little bit of power point going on. Is all you're doing. At least you take responsibility for it. I got a counter hit sound and then the reversal played. Alright, welcome. This is Axel Lowe's Wild Ride. Slow approach. Yeah. No match for Zoner. PowerPoint presentation going crazy. It kind of is. Frozen still. Not much. No problem if the world doesn't change. God, I don't even love Axel's song. You guys, this has been said to death. I just love the chorus to Axel's song. That part in particular. Only the part that I sing out loud. The other parts are okay. This matchup favors Pot unless you're Ant? Really? Insane to me. Is that why Ant's going around teaching Potemkins the matchup? Good fight, good fight. Ant's making sure he's the last Axel on Earth that can fight Potemkin. Very Pot favored, you're just bad. I cannot, in good consciousness, believe that it is Potemkin favored, given that my sample size of Potemkins is both you and Vort. I guess I haven't watched Lesson Man fight Axel. Lesson Man's the other Potemkin that I know a little bit about. And Cube, but again, I haven't watched Cube fight in a while. Lesson Man, you're not a medical professional by any chance, are ya? Or studying to become one? First time you met Annie told you / Lighthead command grab and it's free way in. That does seem pretty interesting. Not in medical now, alright. We still wait for brackets. I pulled a hamstring the other day and I want to know if I can stretch it or if that's gonna like irreparably damage my leg. I could also Google this and just read what Mayo Clinic says, but I would rather use my Twitch chat as a Google search engine. ChatGPT, I'm off principle, I don't use ChatGPT. I don't like AI stuff. Look, if I ask you guys, I get an answer and I get engagement, and the only drawback is I might get a wrong answer. If I ask ChatGPT, I destroy the Earth, I might get a wrong answer, and I don't get any engagement, so that's out of the way. If I Google it, I don't get any engagement, but I'll definitely get the right answer. I'm weighing my options. And no matter what, I'm gonna stretch a little bit because I'm very certain that like not stretching is how I got to this place in the first not stretching is how I got in this condition in the first place. Bought one Axel when you were like floor 3. He's a very unique character and a very rare pick, which unique and rare go hand in hand, but it does make it hard. Cunningham's Law.
Mankind knew that they can.
That's the one where if anything can go wrong, it will go wrong. That's a lie. What is Cunningham's Law? I think I did the bit correctly. If it's what I think it is. No. People are more likely to engage in conversation when given the opportunity to argue. Yeah, so it is the law. So me saying, oh, that's when anything that can go wrong does go wrong. I was doing the bit correctly, because then you're supposed to correct me and be like, actually, that one's Murphy's Law. Licka the Tornado. Yeah, I'm putting Axel in my S tier on my tier list. Axel Bomber. Axel has some very... Flashy's not the right word. Axel has some combo routes that don't look like they should fully be combo routes. In the same vein as like Potemkin and Eno having combos that don't look like they should pick up, but then they do. Axel players might knock on your door if you do that good. I'm going to put Axel and Dizzy in S tier. Slayer goes in F tier. What else can I do to stir the pot? Pot has ladder combos, nobody uses them. What I'm telling you, it's Axel favored.
Duel 1. Let's rock.
My DP. Oh, I don't know why I bursted here. Okay, I've thrown.
Duel 2. Let's rock.
Ooh, the anti-air. Oh. Am I still on stream? Hold on. Hello? Did my internet come down? What happened? The stream's still up? Stream's still up. Axel bombered Strive. Do I have to remake the room? Okay, let's remake room, I guess.
Welcome.
Okay. We'll see. That might have been a good... That might have... I wanted to do like a whole nother loop. I was gonna say that might be a good time to look for people to raid, but I want to get... You are alright with Goose and myself hopping on to finish what we started. Yeah.
Are you ready?
Elfelt, are you spectating? I see a blurry pink avatar. Okay. Hopefully you got in. If not, there's always the stream. Goose is invisible. All right. Strive breaking.
投げますね。重いです。
あー。 Okay, I was on the fence on if that was gonna kill. Not the 8-hit combos from the entire screen. I can't deal with it. Out of your games, you're scared of the Axel matchup the most. Even Pikazato was losing. I could have blocked that. Alright, we take it to game 3. Alright, that works. Alright, I might fight Madeline, and then, well, depending on how broken the station is, then we'll find someone to raid.
Are you ready?
Yeah, let me fight Madeline, and then we find someone to raid. Yippee! I also want to do sound alerts. That's on my to-do list. I want to get sound alerts. One of them definitely going to be the yippee sound effect. Let me out of the corner. Thank you. I'm back in the corner. All right, not a super convincing first game. No, Garuda impact, you son of a gun. PowerPoint.
遅いです。あります。
Alright, I'll take it. Happy that you didn't have to fight any chips today. Is it that bad? Chips are also pretty rare. There's desync. No! No! What a sad way to end. You won on your screen. You're not even moving on my screen. Am I not moving on your screen? Alright. Practice optimals. I say it, proceeding to practice 0 optimals. Darn. Well, we'll find someone to raid. Appreciate the games, by the way, guys. It was very fun. Very fun, and we actually made it a solid chunk of the way through without Striver. IE just went live, so we might pop over to IE. Especially since IE's trying to learn Geo these days. I'm also curious, has IE got... IE's trying to work on getting TTS to work. Anyways, I do appreciate IE as a person. Let's raid IE 404. It is time for me to say adios, ciao ciao, goodbye, das vidania, etc, etc. I'm not sure if I will be streaming tomorrow. I don't know yet. I would like to, because as mentioned in the start of this stream, I'm really trying to lock in and practice the streamer skills. I can get Celestial with Geo and Strive. I am not Celestial streamer yet. But yeah, there will be opportunities to practice. I'm gonna send us over, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Well, I'll watch IE for a little bit, I'll eat some, and then I'll go climbing. It'll be a grand old time. Let's head over. And on my end...